This time about player-driven improvements coming to Grey Zone Warfare. Many of you have been asking for improvements to character movement. That's why we've reworked the entire system and made it more fluid, tactical, and readable. What do I mean? Let's have a look. Sprint has been split into two distinctive types. A tactical sprint for covering longer distances efficiently without draining too much stamina, and a burst sprint, short, aggressive, and stamina draining, ideal for quick repositioning under fire. We've also revamped the jumping, landing, and vaulting animations. Don't worry, by the way, no deaths were heard in the making of Spearhead. All these changes are weight-based, meaning the heavier your loadout, the more limited your movement becomes. Running low weight, high mobility builds is now a viable option for players favoring a more guerrilla-styled approach to combat. Overall, movement in Spearhead should feel less arcadey. Don't expect bunny hops and 360 no-scopes. Instead, look forward to more grounded, fluid, tactical motion. Weapon sway has been further enhanced to better reflect your equipped attachments. We'll dive deeper into attachments and their impact on combat efficiency in next week's devlog focus on new content. We've also added some sexy new weapon inspect animations. Oh, is it just me, or did it get hot in here? Now that we've covered your movement, let's talk about the enemy movement in 0.4. We took a thorough look at enemy hit reactions. In previous versions, AI enemies could sometimes appear stuck in a hit animation and additional incoming damage wasn't reflected properly. That's now addressed with chain hit reactions. Let's see if you can spot the difference.
Right? No, it didn't.
Hit reactions now vary based on the body part struck. Flesh wounds may only slow your enemies down, while organ and bone hits can seriously mess them up. All of this leads to more readable engagements and boost immersion through visceral combat.
Mic check. This video is really loud. Turn up the mic in OBS. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's way too much. All right, mic check. A little louder. Just because we're going to be watching the video. All right.
Sounds good? We sure hope so. And that brings us to the next topic. The Hell system has been rebalanced and improved to increase combat lethality and increase clarity. Every hit,
it's like louder in the stream
calibers,
than it is
now delivers
in real
appropriate
life.
damage. That goes for damage dealt, but be careful, also for damage received. This rebalance should make all weapons more viable. Yes, even the pea shooters. You should now instinctively recognize what kind of injury your character suffered based on how they sound and
like a
move.
good mix?
A broken leg or a punctured lung will sound appropriately
Voice and
painful
video.
and affect your combat effectiveness. Combined with the new hit reactions and audio updates, combat feels far more responsive, visceral, and real. Sometimes, perhaps all too real. We're also introducing a range of new medical items for you to find, purchase, and use. And trust us, you'll want to carry some on you at all times. We have tweaked the UI to make healing allies clearer and more informative. Overall, diagnosing yourself and your teammates is easier, giving you more meaningful options when making those split-second life or death decisions under pressure. And now, for something completely different,
so
let's
I can
go through some
turn
of the
mic
many
down.
additional quality of life improvements. Some you requested directly,
Mic check.
others
Mic check.
you may
No,
not
I
even
gotta
have
turn
realized you needed.
mic up, and then we're going to turn them
visible
up.
on your compass. Something many of you asked for to better coordinate intense situations or when navigating the lush jungles of Laman. There's a new health status
Good old
indicator in the
Jacob.
top left corner of your screen that shows not only where you're injured,
I'm
but
gonna
how
make a
severe the
video if
injury
I'm
is.
just
Your
going,
gear now provides
"Hello,
clear information, including gear
hello,"
levels,
from like all the
durability,
videos.
and compatibility.
Look together.
Compatibility especially is important when assembling and modding your weapons. The system has been refined to make it easier to understand, even if you're not
Okay,
the type
that's a
of
little
player who
loud.
remembers the name of every screw on your rifle.
You can hear
It's
the
still
echo
evolving,
too, which
but it should
sucks.
already feel far more intuitive. Vendor rewards are now sent directly to your locker. If your locker is full, they'll remain in your messenger inbox. We've added new keyboard
That's probably good.
shortcuts for
Wonder if I can
messenger
just. There's
access,
probably no
dropping
subtitles.
items, and deleting items. You can now swap weapon attachments directly and automatically equip them using Control plus left mouse
I'll turn
button.
them up.
Zooming has
Talking
also been
over 'em.
improved, allowing you to jump quickly to the minimum or maximum zoom levels. And that's not all. You'll find the full list in our comprehensive patch notes arriving towards the end of March. And finally, let's briefly talk about the way Spearhead looks. The update delivers substantial visual polish, improved lighting, refined explosion effects, new and upgraded environmental assets like cars, buildings, and world details. Vendors have also been completely remodeled, but we'll talk about that more in the next week's devlog. All of this makes Le Mans
We'll
feel
talk
even
about
more
that more
immersive,
in next
beautiful,
week's
and
devlog.
alive. And that's it for this week's devlog, although we've only really scratched the surface. Join us next week as we take a
If
deep
I have
dive
it
into all
looping.
the new content coming with Spearhead.
Of course it is.
Expect exciting reveals including new weapons and attachments, new gear and loot, and new locations and characters. Now
Alright,
press
let's,
that subscribe or follow button so you don't
turn
miss
on
it.
Gray
Guys, and
Zone.
before you go, Grey Zone Warfare Spearhead launches this March, with the game's supporters gaining early access to the update
And
preview
we're
as a
gonna
thank you for their ongoing support. It really does go a long way. Thank you again to
go
all
over
you
this
who are
video
rooting
a
for
little.
us. We truly appreciate it.
I actually
and please
should.
help us spread the word about this update. And as always,
I'll probably be
everyone
pausing
matters.
it. So I guess the mic doesn't matter too much.
Open world tactical shooter where you get to live the fantasy of being an elite mercenary uncovering a dark secret. This update is all about enhancing your experience by prioritizing player agency,
So there's
world
still.
building, and refinement of core systems that elevate the game to the next level.
I must have
With that
bought the
said,
Elite
Let's
Edition.
jump into the first of 3 devlogs that are going
There's
to
the
introduce the
supporter
update
edition.
ahead of the March release.
Supporter
This
Edition's
time
gotta
about
be better
player-driven
than.
improvements coming
Gotta be
to
the
Grey
best
Zone
one,
Warfare.
right? So they do have. I should do like a video on this real fast.
Many of you have been asking for improvements to character
They
movement.
do like a
That's
short
why we
video
reworked
on.
the entire
All you
system
gotta do
and
is
made it
scroll
more
right through.
fluid,
So
tactical, and readable.
yeah,
What do I
I'll
mean?
turn the game
Let's have a
down.
look. Sprint has been split into 2 distinctive types. Tactical sprint for covering
I
longer
don't even
distances
have it.
efficiently without draining
I don't even feel like it's turned up all the way.
Short, aggressive, and stamina draining, ideal for quick repositioning under fire. We've also revamped the jumping,
just go.
landing, and vaulting animations. Don't worry, by the way, no deaths were heard in the making of Spearhead. All these changes are weight-based, meaning the heavier your loadout, the more limited your movement becomes. Running low weight, high mobility builds is now a viable option for players favoring a more guerrilla-styled approach to combat. Overall, movement in Spearhead should feel less arcadey. Don't expect bunny hops and 360 no-scopes. Instead, look forward to more grounded, fluid, tactical motion. Weapons has been further enhanced to better reflect your equipped attachments. We'll dive deeper into attachments and their impact on combat efficiency and next week's develop focus on multitasking.
Just sit down somewhere where the helicopters aren't gonna be killing me.
Was it just me, or is it gonna hold it? Now that we've covered your movement, let's talk about the enemy movement in 0.4. We took a thorough look at enemy hit reactions. In previous versions, AI enemies would sometimes appear stuck in a hit animation, and additional incoming damage wasn't reflected properly.
So
Let's
we
now
start
address
here
the
like
chain hit
that.
reactions. Let's see if you can spot the difference.
Background audio off. Actually, why am I logged in? Let's log out. No.
Hit reactions now vary based on the body part structure. Flesh wounds may only slow your enemies down, while organ and bone hits can seriously mess them up. All of this leads to more readable engagements and boost immersion
Go
through
play
visceral
around with
combat.
this
Audio
MP5.
was another area where you asked for more clarity and depth. We heard you, And this is our response. In Spearhead, you'll immediately notice a clearer and more detailed soundscape across the board. This means closer connection to the world and your character. You know what? I'll just shut up now and let you hear it for yourselves. Sounds good? We sure hope so. And that brings us to the next topic. The health system has been rebalanced and improved to increase combat lethality and increase clarity. Every hit, even from smaller calibers, now delivers appropriate damage. That goes for damage dealt, but be careful, also for damage received. This rebalance should make all weapons more viable. Yes, even the pea shooters. You should now instinctively recognize what kind of injury your character suffered based on how they sound and move. A broken leg or a punctured lung will sound appropriately painful and affect your combat effectiveness. Combined with the new hit reactions and audio updates, combat feels far more responsive, visceral and real. Sometimes, perhaps all too real. We're also introducing a range of new medical items for you to find, purchase and use. And trust us, you'll want to carry someone new at all times. We have tweaked the UI to make healing allies clearer and more informative. Overall, diagnosing yourself and your teammates is easier, giving you more meaningful options when making those split-second life or death decisions under pressure. And now, for something completely different. Let's go through some of the many additional quality of life improvements. Some you requested directly, others you may not even have realized you needed. Faction members are now visible on your compass, something many of you asked for to better coordinate intense situations or when navigating the lush jungles of Lamang. There's a new health status indicator in the top left corner of your screen that shows not only where you're injured, but how severe the injury is. Your gear now provides clear information, including gear levels, durability, and compatibility. Compatibility especially is important when assembling and modding your weapons. The system has been refined to make it easier to understand, even if you're not that type of player who remembers the name of every screw on your rifle. It's still evolving, but it should already feel far more intuitive. Vendor rewards are now sent directly to your locker. If your locker is full, they'll remain in your messenger inbox. We've added new keyboard shortcuts for messenger access, dropping items and deleting items. You can now swap weapon attachments directly and automatically equip them using Ctrl plus left mouse button. Zooming has also been improved, allowing you to jump quickly to the minimum or maximum zoom levels. And that's not all. You'll find the full list in our comprehensive patch notes arriving towards the end of March. And finally, let's briefly talk about the way Spearhead looks. The update delivers substantial visual polish, improved lighting, refined explosion effects, new and upgraded environmental assets like cars, buildings, and world details. Vendors have also been completely remodeled, but we'll talk about that more in the next week's devlog. All of this makes Lamang feel even more immersive, beautiful, and alive. And that's it for this week's devlog, although we've only really scratched the surface. Join us next week as we take a deep dive into all the new content coming with Spearhead. Expect exciting reveals including new weapons and attachments, new gear and loot, and new locations and characters. Now press that subscribe or follow button so you don't miss it. Guys, and before you go, Greyzone Warfare Spearhead launches this March, with the game's supporters gaining early access to the update preview as a thank you for their ongoing support. It really does go a long way. Thank you again to all you who are rooting for us. We truly appreciate it, and please help us spread the word about this update. And as always, every move matters. Open world tactical shooter where you get to live the fantasy of being an elite mercenary uncovering a dark secret. This update is all about enhancing your experience by prioritizing player agency,
So
building,
my
and
predictions on the devlogs are
elevate the game to the next level.
next
With that said, let's jump into the first of
next
3
week
devlogs
we'll
that are
get
going to introduce the
the one
update
for
ahead of the March
content,
release. This time about player-driven improvements coming
which
to
is going to
Greyzone
be,
Warfare.
they'll probably go over the NPCs and the skins and the weapons and things like that in the game. Anyways, who cares about that? We'll see that when we play the game. What I really want to know about is Operation Vanguard, just like everybody else. And that's probably going to be the last one, I bet, because they'll drop all that shit and then they'll give us access. So that's my prediction for the on the devlogs. This was interesting though that it's like player driven improvements, and I didn't expect
Let's have a look.
this.
Sprint has been split into 2 distinctive types. A tactical
I
sprint
didn't
for
expect the
covering longer
jumping.
distances
I'm
efficiently
really
without
curious
draining
how the
too much stamina,
sprinting's
and a
gonna
burst
work though,
sprint,
because
short, aggressive, and stamina draining, ideal for quick repositioning under fire.
honestly it might not really
Before
even
the
be that
jumping,
different
landing,
because
and vaulting animation,
you already
and a
have
burst sprint, short,
the
aggressive,
burst
and
sprint
stamina,
basically,
making it more fluid,
I feel
tactical,
like.
and readable. What do I mean?
And that's going to be the most stamina draining. So if you're just doing this tactical sprint thing,
Sprint for covering longer distances efficiently without draining too much stamina.
you're going to drain stam,
Short,
but
aggressive, and
not like you do.
ideal for quick repositioning under fire.
Another thing, another thing they could do is they could make burst sprint like deplete your like breathing too, you know, so you can't just like go from a burst sprint to holding your breath. Like you'd have to be able to like catch your breath, get your stamina back. Like all this stuff too is like really surprising. Like you break your legs so easy. So like what is like I don't know how do you balance that now? So like without making it so like you can just run and jump everywhere you want without breaking shit. I mean, land heavy from a jump. He didn't even look like he injured himself. So it's like, is there a technique? Is there a mechanic for it? Where you can cushion your fall or your jump? Because otherwise, like, you break your ankle, you break stuff. I mean, no, this is old things, old news, but you break stuff now just by stepping off of a 3-foot ledge. Now you can run, jump from height. I mean, that's crazy. Like you could, like people keep saying parkour, but like, man, I hope it's not that. I really hope it's not that parkourish. Like art, you know. I mean, it's so weird. In a way, I like that, but in a way, like, you're just gonna have people running around crawling all over the buildings and everything.
New weapon inspect animations.
This part is, I don't really care about the
players favoring a more guerrilla-styled approach.
Skins are cool.
Look forward to more
It's all right.
Look forward to more grounded, fluid, tactical goals.
So then, is there like a run sprint jump?
Weapons weight less arcadey. Don't expect bunny hops and 360 no scopes. Instead, loadout. The more limited your movement becomes.
I mean, he jumped pretty good right there. So what was that called?
And a burst sprint. Also revamp the jumping, landing.
Tactical sprint jump, it said. Tactical sprint jump. Light land from tactical jump. Light land from burst sprint. So he's not jumping right there. He's just running, sprinting off of the ledge. I'm going to slow this down, actually. I'll turn it down so see how weird he sounds. Okay, so if you look at this, there's a tactical sprint jump. It's getting all pixelated because I slowed it down. A light land from a tactical jump. A land light from burst sprint. So you got one where you're jumping. A burst jump. Wait, what? Tactical jump. Burst sprint. Burst jump. And that's the one that you're like covering a lot of. Does this work in here too? I changed my hotkeys so I can't just scroll back and forth. So there's a lot right there, actually. There's like 5 different so there's land light, land from tactical sprint, tactical jump, burst sprint, burst jump, which is where you're, then you got land heavy, period, land heavy from a jump. Now, the land heavy, they actually did off of a higher thing. He's not land heavy from a jump off of the higher step even. Land heavy from tactical sprint. Land heavy from a tactical jump. Now this is different from burst, so you got land heavy from burst sprint, and then they didn't show it, but maybe you can't do it. They didn't do a land heavy from a burst jump. But that's gotta be like, I mean, dude, that's gotta be what he's doing right there. So, tactical, alright, so we gotta go back here. There's a tactical sprint, burst sprint, tactical sprint. So you gotta jump from this. And you have burst sprint, you have a jump from burst sprint. Tactical sprint jump. So a tactical sprint jump looks like something like that you're gonna like maybe jump one of these little creeks or like like that, like he's jumping a person or a rock or something. Maybe a fence. Maybe they'll be nice enough that we can maybe they'll be nice enough that we can clear a fence. Even though that's probably a little unrealistic, but then you have the burst. The burst jump. I wish they would have, like, we're gonna have to really get into that. I'm really curious at how the stamina is gonna work, because it's all, I mean, I know it's all gonna get changed, but
More grounded, fluid, Weapon sway has been further enhanced.
Oh, weapon sway. See, I didn't even really pay attention to this
Running
video,
low weight, high mobility builds
which is why we're
is now
doing
a
this.
viable option for
Now
players
let's speed it up
favoring
a little more.
guerrilla-styled approach. Overall, movement in Spearhead should feel less arcadey. Don't expect bunny hops and 360 no scopes. Instead, look
Man, he
forward to
talks
more
fast. I bet he could rap. You got bars, Jacob? Because you talk fast.
fluid tactical mode.
And I feel like these videos, some of them are, I feel like, sped up a little. So weapon sway, you have, he says,
Spearhead should feel less arcadey. Don't expect bunny hops and 360 no
less
scopes.
arcadey. I almost like
Look forward to more grounded,
this
fluid
almost.
tactical motion. Weapons will
I'm really curious what that's gonna be like, cause man, that's a thin. I feel like that's a thin line that like.
deeper into attachment.
I want to say it's almost making it more arcadey by having all that movement,
Expect bunny
but it's
hops
great
and
because
360 no scopes.
you know shooters are traditionally like you could never jump. You couldn't even hardly climb over things. You couldn't hardly mantle over things. Like you're like we used to always complain about it when we were younger. Like, oh, I'm a highly trained soldier, but I can't jump over anything. And you know they're saying more realistic, grounded movement. But it's like even just being able to run and jump. Like that's a huge game changer. I feel like there's got to be like a huge penalty for it. So like especially if you're like trying to just run and evade someone, you know, like I'm going to sprint and hide in this corner and wait for them. Well, while you're sitting there waiting, you're probably going to be huffing and puffing and out of breath, and you should be out of breath. I would like to see, I actually might put that in as a suggestion, because imagine you're getting chased and you sprint away from someone and you duck in the corner. Well, sure, your stam's you got to wait for your stam to come back and might affect your arm. But stam doesn't really, like, you're still going to be able to fire. But if you're like out of breath and you're like, and like you might be able to ADS, but like you're not going to be able to hold your breath if you want to try to, you know, so like that would be a cool, combined with being injured, like that would be a shit show. Like, could you imagine you're injured? You're already breathing heavy and everything, and then you try to sprint somewhere. We're gonna come back to that anyways, because when they said that they made medical changes.
Let's talk about the enemy movement in 0.4.
This is gonna be.
A thorough look at enemy
I
hit
am
reaction.
seriously excited about
Sexy
this part.
tactical motion. Weapons
Alright,
sway has been
okay, I
further
wanted to see
enhanced
sway
to
real
better
fast.
reflect your equipped attachments.
With
We'll
attachments,
dive deeper into
no
attachments
attachments.
and their impact on combat efficiency in next week's
I
DevOps
can't,
focus
yeah.
on new content. We've
Weapon sway's like something you gotta feel in
sexy
game.
new weapon inspect animations.
Why is it? Can you guys hear us? I hope so.
Was it just me, or did it get hot in here? Now that we've covered your movement, let's talk about the enemy movement
now this
in
is gonna be
0.4.
juicy.
We took a thorough look at enemy hit reactions. In previous versions, AI enemies could sometimes appear stuck in a hit animation, and additional incoming damage
Well,
wasn't
and like
reflected.
they don't even
properly.
react
That's now
sometimes.
addressed
Like
with
that's my
chain hit
biggest thing.
reactions.
And
Let's
I'd
see
really
if
like
it's
to see them heal, but this is good enough, because now we're gonna slow this down, because I want to see every shot these frickin' dudes make and how they react, because especially when when they shoot the guy in the helmet and he like goes, "Ugh," like that's so freaking cool. This, I don't like how your cinematography could have been a little better here. You're trying to showcase how these guys move when they get shot. And you can't even. So this is old. Yeah, because he's like not even reacting, right? All right, I gotta speed it up because it's. Okay.
With chain hit reactions. Let's see if you can.
That's
spot the
50%.
difference.
Let's see if you can see the difference. So he doesn't even react, right? And he's kind of like, oh, okay. And then it's just like, oh, he dies. Now you got this guy. One hit. That guy is like, he just crumbled with a headshot. That's a pretty cool ragdoll animation. And then the next guy, boom, chest shot maybe. He's kind of like, oh God. He's kind of stumbling around. Oh, that one right there, like, boom, like they're not gonna just stand there and like just take pot shots at you now. Like, look at that. Like, now this, I thought about this earlier because people say currently that the AI is way too easy. Well, this is gonna make them even easier, I feel like, because you're just juggling them around. They can't even. They don't even have a chance, which is awesome. But now you gotta like almost dial it up where like the deadliness, and I feel like this is like where Mara, where they wanted to go. That like, you got the deadliness of other games now, which it was already deadly, but it could be more deadly now. But your counter to that is that they can't even, especially if it gets to the point where they have to heal and they go hide and heal. Healing, well, that's going to extend the fight, right? Their survivability, but you're still just juggling them around, Look at this guy. And he's just using a handgun. Like, that guy's, there ain't,
Reactions now very.
they don't have a chance. So this is old, this is new. Old left, new right. I kind of wish they would have used the same area because you got Starter Town on the left and they're in Fort Nerith or something on the right one. So you got heavily armored dude, light armored dude. And then you're showing shooting a guy with no armor versus shooting a guy with a helmet.
Flesh wounds.
All right, we're gonna go back a second. Okay, so I think they're just showing.
Reactions now
Yeah, so that is so cool though. And like old Splinter Cells in other games used to be able to shoot their helmets off, and then you could, like, it was actually a mechanic in the game, like you had to shoot their helmet off to get a headshot. So it'd be kind of funny to see something like that. But the reaction is cool enough that he's just like, ugh. And like, once again, just totally like disoriented. So like, you could just sit there and unload on him because he's like, oh my God, what's going on? Like one shot, that dude. That's cool. You just pop them in the knee and they're like, oh. Like, it'd be cool if you could get them to drop their weapons.
All of this leads to more readable engagement and boost immersion.
This is gonna be huge, and it's gonna be so fun, man. Like, imagine just going in there with a shotgun now and just like legging, like you could practically just blow their leg off because like it's gonna be fractured. It's gonna be like destroyed.
Readable engagement and boost immersion through visceral combat. Audio was another.
This is gonna be super cool. They said
see
they
if you can
tested
spot the
it
difference.
themselves, so. But I kind of have faith because I kind of have faith in the system now that, like, they're really learning
See if you can spot the
Unreal
difference.
5 and it's just doing the work. It's doing its job. So,
Hit reactions now vary based on the body part struck. Flesh wounds may only slow your enemies down, while organ and bone hits can seriously mess them up. All of this leads to more readable engagement and boost immersion through visceral combat. Audio was another area where you asked for more clarity and depth. We heard you, and this is our response. Spearhead, you immediately notice a clearer and more detailed soundscape across the board. This means closer connection to the world and your character. You know what? I'll just shut up now and let you hear it for yourselves.
The breathing and stuff is definitely a lot different. Headset. I mean, it sounds clearer. And one of the things I heard about the new ambience is that it's supposed to react now if you fire or something, like the birds will react or fly off, or they probably won't fly off because I haven't seen, there's not any animals in the game yet, right? We have insects. Physical, actual insects, not just ones you can do.
Sounds good?
That's going to be great. New spatial audio.
We sure hope so. And that brings us to the next topic. The health system has been rebalanced and improved to increase combat lethality and increase
Curious with
clarity.
the health system if
Every
it's going to
hit,
be
even from smaller
more
calibers, now
similar
delivers
to
appropriate damage.
Tarkov.
That goes for
now,
damage
if you
dealt,
get shot,
but be
and you'll
careful
be limping
also
and
for damage received. This rebalance should make all weapons more viable. Yes, even the pea shooters. You should now instinctively recognize what kind of injury your character suffered based on how they sound and move. A broken leg or a punctured lung will sound appropriately painful and affect your combat effectiveness.
yeah, see, he says a broken leg will affect your combat, so it's like, I'm kind of wondering if it'll get as bad as, this is the one comparison that, like, I will compare it to Tarkov, because everybody's gonna, we all do it anyways, but like, I try not to just keep saying like Tarkov, or just say other games, but like, the injury health system, or however you want to call it, in Tarkov is like something you've like never experienced in any game. And like, when you get shot and you like have a broken leg and you can't move and you're like limping, and it's like you're literally dragging your, it's like you, it's just insane. So I don't know if like this is bad. This game gets bad in their own way. Like, they've literally have their own thing going that like you get so disoriented and you can't see anything and your guy's breathing and huffing and puffing, and like, it's just as bad. I'm just wondering if the movement is going to get just as bad, because right now you don't, like, black out limbs and things like that. And you know, you're slow and stuff, obviously, when you're injured, but like, I don't feel like you're like limping or dragging a leg or like, you know,
Shooters. You should
Can't
now
even
instinctively
move,
recognize
maybe,
what kind
if
of
like
injury your character suffered based on how they
both your
sound
legs
and
are
move.
broken.
A broken leg or a punctured lung will sound appropriately painful and affect your combat effectiveness. Combined with the new hit reactions and all of injury your character suffered based on how they sound and move.
I kind of wish he wasn't talking over that, because the way that he's breathing and stuff is much different than the actual game.
You should now instinctively recognize what kind of injury your character suffered based on how they sound and move. A broken leg or a punctured lung will sound appropriately painful and affect your combat effectiveness. Combined with the new hit reactions and audio updates, combat feels far more.
Oh wait, we're going back to this. So this is, I've probably seen it already, but
Your combat
this
effectiveness.
is one of the things I wanted to focus on, was right here. And then he's talking about the new medical system too. So this is what this is how things look now when you hover over somebody. So it says Sawmill, which I guess is their location. Obvious, I don't know. It actually says how long it'll be until he dies now. And then instead of examine, it says diagnose. He's not dead yet, and it says loot. So does that mean you might be able to loot them and take meds off of them? Because people have been talking about that a lot. And I feel like, I mean, why you should be able to do that, right? I mean, you would be able to get into their bag and get meds if you needed to heal them. Drag is all the same. They split it, so you have like a little social bar in here, so cleaned up the UI a little. And then when he goes in more, oh, it doesn't show it. I thought maybe it does here. So you have stop dragging. You still had a minute until that guy was gonna die. I thought it showed what it looked like. Maybe it does right here.
Trust us, you'll want to carry someone new at all times. We have tweaked the UI to make healing allies clearer and...
Yeah, right here. So now it pops up. It says treat organs. It says stabilization actions. Treat organs. It actually tells you what to use. Surge kit. Give blood by 3. I don't know if that's what you have or how much he needs. And then it says L blood, which is what the name of that light blood bag is, I think. And then it also says additional treatment, set bone. So it's not a fracture now. It says set bone. Could be 2 different things. Hopefully not, because, man, I'm
more info.
tired of breaking bones.
Overall, diagnosing yourself and your teammates is easier, giving you more meaningful options when making those split-second life or death decisions under pressure. And now, for something completely different, let's go through some of the many additional quality of life improvements. Some you requested directly,
I'll be back.
others
Now I'm
you
gonna
may
go
not
back to
even
the
have
health.
realized you needed. Faction members are now visible on your compass, something many of you asked for to better coordinate intense situations or when navigating the lush jungles of Lamang. There's a new health status indicator in the top left corner of your screen that shows not only where you're injured, but how severe the injury is. Your gear now provides clear information, including gear levels, durability, and compatibility. Compatibility especially is important when assembling and modding your weapons. The system has been refined to make it easier to understand, even if you're not that type of player who remembers the name of every screw on your rifle. It's still evolving, but it should already feel far more intuitive. Vendor rewards are now sent directly to your locker. If your locker is full, they'll remain in your messenger inbox. We've added new keyboard shortcuts for messenger access, dropping items, and deleting items. You can now swap weapon attachments directly and automatically equip them using Ctrl plus left mouse button. Zooming has also been improved, allowing you to
Wait, you
jump
don't gotta-
quickly to the
I'll have to come
minimum
back to
or
that.
maximum zoom levels. And that's
The
not
health
all.
system,
You'll make all
another
weapons more
thing.
viable. Yes, even the...
Is that currently health system is incredibly finicky. When you're going to heal somebody right here and examine them, it's really finicky. Also, when if you get them up and they move, you lose it half the time. I've had people drag them and you lose it when you're trying to examine them. So I'm gonna like just cut to it, but like this is like, hopefully this is a huge improvement because it's really kind of hard to heal people currently, and like especially trying to explain it to new players, combined with having to tell them to put stuff in their rig, or they got to be in their hot swap pockets, or whatever you want to, however they term it. It's got to be in your pockets, your rig, or your belt, because those are the places that you can get quick access, like hotkey.
Responsive, visceral, and real. Sometimes, perhaps all too real. We're also introducing a range of new medical items for you to find, purchase, and use. And trust us, sometimes, perhaps all too real. We're also...
So, you have big syringes. It says it takes 2 seconds to use it. And it says large applicator. Looks like it says leaded. A large applicator, leaded with hemostatic sponges, loaded. Loaded with hemostatic sponges that rapidly expand inside wounds. Oh, okay, so it's like you like shove it in. You know, for the people that the civvies, I'm seriously gonna start calling myself that, because there's a lot of veterans that play that game, and I'm not one of them. I'm not a veteran. I'm not gonna pretend to be one. That would be, anyways. So this is like goes right into the bullet hole, right? And you like, it leaves a thing in there, creating internal pressure to stop bleeding. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna want a lot of these. So this is even faster than a tourniquet. Good to know. Okay. He says you're going to want to carry a lot of...
Introducing a range of new medical items for you to find, purchase, and use. And trust us, you'll want to carry some on you at all times.
Now, just by watching this, I thought that was like a stim, or a healing stim or something, but it's actually for stopping bleeding, which is
clearer and more informative.
More important
Overall,
to me.
Diagnosing yourself and your teammates is easier, giving you more meaningful options when making those split-second life or death decisions under pressure. And now, for something completely different, let's go through some of the many additional quality of life improvements.
This is going to be huge too, because
you may not even have realized
I have been
faction members are now visible on your
complaining so much about how this isn't a thing. Also, they should make it so
directly
you can,
you may not even have realized
if you're in a squad, so it says faction members, so they're in PvP. He says faction members appear on your compass. Is this only PvP? That could get really messy in PvE. And I don't care about all the faction members. I just want to know where my squad is, because where I was going with this was that, okay, I would like to also see my squad on here, which you probably will. They'll probably be green. If you can't see this, there's a little blue square on your compass that looks like the blue square that's on the Blue Tracker map, or on your map. So we're going to assume that if you're in a squad, it'll be green, and which is good, but I want this is like a ask, not really, but like I would love if like when you're in a squad, you all have like a glow stick on your back, because then you can visually look around and see where your dude is. And it doesn't even have to be a special color, because it could still be green and it's only visible to the squad, right? It doesn't have to be visible like to the whole faction. If you want to put the whole faction on the compass, that's fine. I don't know if that's really what he says, right?
Quality of life improvements. Some you requested directly, others you may not even have realized you needed. Faction members are now visible on your compass, something many of you asked for to better coordinate in tense situations or when navigating the lush jungles of Lamang. There's a new...
Okay. But like I said, I don't know if... I'm trying to think of an example in a game, or like even if you've like over modded a game to where something shows up on a compass like that. Like if you're in the starter town with like 15 other faction with, you know, like 15 other LRI guys, and if you look in the right direction, all you're gonna see on your compass is blue squares. Like, I don't know, maybe that's fine. I guess all a compass does is show you what direction you're going. You're not, in this game, there's no other, you know, in other games, they put, you know, they put icons on the compass so you know what direction you're going. So let's say you mark something, well, just like when you're in a squad, you mark something, it shows up on your compass. Well then, if there's a bunch of faction members in the area, it's all going to be jumbled up on your compass. That's just my prediction anyways. Anyways, other than that, amazing addition, because I have been whining about not being able to keep track of my faction.
Health stat
my
indicator
squad
in the
mates.
top left corner of your screen that shows not only where you're injured, but how severe the injury is. Your gear now provides clear information.
Now this. So when you're modding, and this is a huge thing for new people too, because if you don't play these kind of games like Tarkov, you got to learn how to build weapons. And like I said, I wasn't in the military, so I don't know how to build weapons. So they're going to show you,
including gear levels, durability, and compatibility. Compatibility especially is important when assembling and modding your weapons. The system has been refined to make it easier to understand, even if you're not that type of player who remembers the name of every screw on your rifle. It's still evolving.
See, all this stuff is, to me, is still the same.
But it should already feel far more intuitive. Vendor rewards are now centered. The system has been, or when navigating the lush jungles of Lamang. There's a new health status indicator in the top left corner of the screen that shows not only where you're injured, but how severe the injury is. Your gear.
So he hovers over it. It says Culminator mount. Attachment interface defines the mounting type of the item and rail or socket it is compatible with. Oh, okay, so it says attachment interface, and then it says Culminator mount. So attachment interface defines the mounting type of item and the rail or socket it is compatible with.
Now provides clear information, including gear.
So it only said collimator mount. It didn't say anything else other than that, or I feel like it read like it should tell you what it goes
Levels,
on.
durability, and compatibility. Compatibility especially is important when assembling and modding your weapons. The system has been refined to make it easier to understand, even if you're not that type of player who remembers
That's still
the name
going to
of
be
every
like
screw on your
that
rifle.
whole
It's still evolving,
system is
but it should already feel far
like
more
that'll be
intuitive.
great.
Vendor rewards are now
Okay,
centered
QOL
right at
for
your
weapon
locker.
building,
If your
but
locker
it's
is
still
they'll remain in your memory.
like there's a learning curve for
Keyboard
that.
shortcuts for messenger access, dropping items, and deleting items.
Alright, what did he say?
It's still evolving, but it should already feel fun.
There's loot, a lot more loot too if we stop here. You can see perfume, there's bleach, there's cigarettes now it looks like, there's a charger, a sewing kit it looks like it says, repellent. Ooh, repellent. Repellent. Does that mean you can get the mosquitoes to leave you alone? So then you can camp? Nothing else new in here.
Far more into
This is new armor or rig. Contact 2s. A new mask.
intuitive. Vendor rewards are now sent directly to your locker. If your locker is full, they'll remain in your messenger inbox. We've added new...
Oh, so now you don't have to collect. Ew, that's kind of weird. I bet people like that? I wouldn't think that people would like that, because if you're like me, and maybe they did that on purpose. Maybe they did it so you can't store stuff in the mail, because that's something you learn from World of Warcraft. And then I've seen people do it in Tarkov too, where they just leave it. It's just all in the messenger thing instead of in their inventory until they need it.
Keyboard shortcuts for messenger access, dropping
That's going to be huge too, especially for messenger access. There's going to be keyboard shortcuts for dropping items.
items and deleting items. You can now swap weapon attachments directly and automatically.
Now this one, I don't quite understand. So you can just do it, like the gun doesn't have to be in your locker, or it doesn't have to be, I mean, they're both in the locker right here. So I don't understand you can...
Messenger access, dropping items, and deleting items. You can now swap weapon attachments directly and automatically equip them using Control plus left mouse button. Zooming has
Swap and can automatically swap using Control and mouse button.
also been improved, allowing you to jump quickly to the minimum or maximum zoom levels. And
That's kind of crazy too.
that's not all. You'll find the full list in our comprehensive patch notes arriving towards the end of March. And finally, let's briefly talk about the way Spearhead looks. The update delivers substantial visual polish, improved lighting, refined explosion effects, new and upgraded environmental assets like cars, buildings, and world details. Minimum or maximum zoom levels. And that's not all. You'll find the full list in our comprehensive patch notes arriving towards the end of March. And finally, let's briefly talk about the way Spearhead looks. The update delivers substantial visual polish, improved lighting, refined explosion effects, new and upgraded
I want to look at this stuff more.
Environmental assets like cars, buildings, and world details. Vendors have also been complete.
Oh, yeah, the vendors. So I thought these were new NPCs. Like, this is Handshake now, I guess. Like, I can see the resemblance, of course, but like to me, it looks like a completely different person. And I don't want to get into why, but he looks much more ethnic now than he does before, which isn't, I mean, whatever. But like I said, it looks like a completely different person. It doesn't look like Handshake.
Completely remodeled, but we'll talk about that more in the next week's devlog. All of this makes Lamang feel even more immersive.
They don't go through all that stuff on here. Like the Gunny mod, or I guess it's Gunny, I don't know, like that's another one that like, so he's a black dude, like I didn't think it was Gunny, like I thought that was a completely different NPC. They literally say new allies, and they show that guy. Like, I don't feel like that's Gunny. and I don't know if maybe people aren't making that speculation, but I'm pretty sure everybody's saying that that dude is Handshake, but maybe we're wrong. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to go back. Maybe we should go through the teaser again.
Open world tactical shooter where you get to live the fantasy of being an elite mercenary uncovering a dark secret. This update is all about enhancing your experience by prioritizing player experience.
So let's go with the teaser reference, which is like so fast that like they had to have sped this up. Like it's so fast you can hardly even see what's going on. So as many people have pointed out, you have all these new MCX skins. There's a new range, which I still feel like is a placeholder because the regiment guys actually talked about them putting ballistic gel and stuff in the game. So I'm assuming that down the road that'll happen. Maybe not. I mean, that's a little much, but it would be really cool to see. Maybe they just made it for internal testing. But you have the M14 also, which I'm like gooning over. He's got a backwards baseball cap, which gives you a lot of Ghost Recon vibes. The alien pistol, I guess. New customization, so they're just talking about skins, and then there's special boss weapons that have engravings on them, I guess, that's the speculation on that one, and that you're possibly have repeatable quests to obtain those weapons. Everyone's gold pistol that they've all been dying over. So then you got the spotter. This is the spotter binos. So I don't know if we're going to get other binoculars, if you're going to just have the spotters, which I'm totally fine with as long as I have one or the other. But I feel like you might not be able to just run around with the spotters unless you're a spotter or a sniper. I don't know. It looks like trash because I have it slowed down. And then people have talked about if this is going to be a thing where you can actually lay your rifle on your bag, and that he is looking away and reloading because you have a spotter. Because when you fire a shot, you totally lose track of your target, basically, and it's really hard to tell if they went down because of the recoil of the rifle. What did we have going? Oh, new locations. Now we have the animations. This is cool. It actually, I mean, it has chains on it, but it looks like there's actually a little LED screen on here that like looks to me like it's like a digital lock or something. This location is absolutely insane. This crashed helicopter is so cool looking. Like there's gonna be so much more cool shit to find in the game like that, because you gotta think in a way it's almost post-apocalyptic, so you're gonna have all this trashed abandoned equipment and locations, and God only knows what happens after Ground Zero gets introduced. I love the door kicking thing. This also reminded me of in another video they were talking about how he's PvP, so if you kicked that door open, it's setting off a siren. There's a camera. Now they're saying that other players will be able to hear that siren, say this is a high loot room, and that they'll be able to come and intervene or whatever. This reminded me more of Ark, which I only played I only played a little bit of it, but when you're like prying open those doors and those boxes and stuff, especially the ones that take time, and it's like creaking and making all this noise, and you're like everything in the environment can hear that. Like, that's what this reminds me of, and like that's the kind of mechanics I would love to see more of in a game like this, because which it kind of like Tarkov did it too, where if you're looting you can usually hear it. Audio is a huge thing, but like we're just talking about a shooter here, so it's like to spice it up a little with like the modern day mechanics, or even just the way that, like, I don't know how you describe it in game dev, I guess, but like, like what else could you do in that realm? Like rolling up a big garage door or something, where it would just be like and like it'd be really noisy and people could hear it, and like you'd have to be selective about whether or not you wanted to loot it, or if somebody was in the area or things like that. The running and jumping still just has got to be something that I gotta feel. Lore and storytelling, I mean, I really can't wait for more like these. Like, it looks so creepy. I keep going back to, I was trying to find this, like, I thought there was this early trailer that they released when they like first announced Greyzone Warfare, and when you watched it, it was like watching like a movie, and they're like creeping through weird places like this, and like it was super cinematic. And now I feel like it's all in my imagination because I can't find it, but this whole sequence reminds me of that. And it was like what you saw and you're like, oh my god, like that's what Ghost Recon, that's what Greyzone is going to be like, that's what it's going to look like, that's what it's going to feel like. And it's getting there for sure. Okay, NPCs we were talking about. So, new allies, it literally says. New enemies, which people have already speculated. I haven't played enough of the game really to be like, oh, this guy's that guy, and this guy's this guy, and that guy. The one thing I'm going to say is that the models are absolutely astounding. Like, look at how realistic their faces look. He's got a scar on his ear right there where somebody cut him. Like, I love that kind of stuff. Like, I could just sit here in the game and just stare at all these little textures, and like if I find like one of these guys' dead bodies, like, which one? Oh, they don't show him now, but this dude, one of the other ones where you could just go back and like look at all the stuff that's on their body and all the textures, and I just love how they do all this stuff is like individually modeled. I mean, that chain and that necklace it like exists in the virtual world, like it's a quote unquote physical object. Now back to the gunny. Is this gunny? It says new allies. He's a black man. Okay. Does he have this? I mean, he kind of has the same outfit on, but whatever. I don't want to make a big deal out of it, but like, I feel like it should be a different person. I didn't think that it was Gunny. And I didn't think this was Handshake. I actually wanted to come back. I didn't think they showed models of Lab Rat and Artisan, but I wanted to see new audio. New optimization should be huge because lately my frames have been sucking, and I've actually seen other people talk about their frames sucking too. This is huge for a lot of people. I mean, me too, but I don't know where does this go though? Now, if it's digging into the event and ground zero and everything, that's cool. Just finding new locations is cool, but like, what's the, is there a lore for it? Or is there a reason to be there? And then this sequence, where there's a so they're being seen through a security camera from somewhere else, and you can actually see this. I mean, so there's like a monitor maybe somewhere, but just the fact that you're being, I mean, they put cameras in the game, or there's like, you could see those security cameras in the game now when the guy kicked the door open. But does this mean that you can, like, that's something you can get into? Can you hack into a computer? I mean, your hacking cameras is like one of the very first tasks in the game, but it's like playing, OG Ghost Recon, where it's like go and wiretap the camera and you just click on it and it's like you tap the camera. Like, are you going to actually be able to go in there and, like, hack into stuff now and, like, use tools and skills and things? This really got my attention because it's not from the point of view of the player. That's, like, the whole thing, This is, like, a first-person game, and then all of a sudden, like, you're seeing a perspective from somebody else, from somewhere else. It also gives me huge Lost vibes. People got really excited about this. So there's a guy tied up and probably had been tortured and interrogated. We had face paint right there, and that shot right there. I was talking earlier in another stream about how we needed Madfinger to make SOCOM. This right here, with the way these guys are dressed and the formation, and they're like, it looks just like SOCOM. You got the dude with the boonie hat. They're all kitted differently. The guy with armor's on point. New game.
Open world tactical shooter where you get to live the of being an elite mercenary uncovering a dark secret. This update is all about enhancing your experience by prioritizing player agency, world building, and refinement of core systems that elevate the game to the next level. With that said, let's jump into the first of 3 devlogs that are going to introduce the update ahead of the March release. This time about player-driven improvements coming to Grey Zone Warfare. Many of you have been asking for improvements to character movement. That's why we've reworked the entire system and made it more fluid, tactical, and readable. What do I mean? Let's have a look. Sprint has been split into 2 distinctive types. A tactical sprint for covering longer distances efficiently without draining too much stamina, and a burst sprint, short, aggressive, and stamina draining, ideal for quick repositioning under fire. We've also revamped the jumping, landing, and vaulting animations. Don't worry, by the way, no deaths were hurt in the making of Spearhead. All these changes
That's
are
good to hear.
weight-based, meaning the heavier your loadout, the more limited your movement becomes. Running low-weight, high-mobility builds is now a viable option for players favoring a more guerrilla-styled approach to combat. Overall, movement in Spearhead should feel less arcadey. Don't expect bunny hops and 360 no-scopes. Instead, look forward to more grounded, fluid, tactical motion. Weapon sway has been further enhanced to better reflect your equipped attachments. We'll dive deeper into attachments and their impact on combat efficiency in next week's devlog focus on new content. We've also added some sexy new weapon inspect animations. Oh, is it just me or did it get hot in here? Now that we've covered your movement, let's talk about the enemy movement in 0.4. We took a thorough look at enemy hit reactions. In previous versions, AI enemies could sometimes appear stuck in a hit animation and additional incoming damage wasn't
Wonder
reflected
if,
properly. That's now addressed with chain hit
It'll
reactions.
change like
Let's see if you
how
can
they
spot the
take
difference.
cover and things like that too.
Hit reactions now vary based on the body part struck. Flesh wounds may only slow your enemies down, while organ and bone hits can seriously mess them up. All of this leads to more readable engagements and boost immersion through visceral combat. Audio was another area where you asked for more clarity and depth. We heard you, and this is our response. In Spearhead, you'll immediately notice a clearer and more detailed soundscape across the board. This means closer connection to the world and your character. You know what? I'll just shut up now and let you hear it for yourselves. Sounds good? We sure hope so. And that brings us to the next topic. The Hell system has been rebalanced and improved to increase combat lethality and increase clarity. Every hit, even from smaller calibers, now delivers appropriate damage. That goes for damage dealt, but be careful, also for damage
Actually
received.
noticed this. Or I think about this now that like you can actually kind of tell now, I think, if you just get shot and you're hurt. And if you, even as a new player, I think about it a lot because I've been playing with new people. And like, I feel like I was the same way. I mean, it's taken me a long time to get used to everything that's going on in the world because like, especially like when there's like gunfire everywhere, you don't know what's going on. You put those headphones on, like every gunshot sounds like it's right next to you. And like eventually, like now I'm to the point where like I just like you just ignore it unless like you know that the bullet is actually coming at you. But you can tell when you watch people play that they're like, oh my God, what's going on? Or like they're getting shot. And like just like me in the beginning, you get shot once and you just start panicking. And like you might not even be you might just be hurt. Well, if you're just hurt or even a light bleed, like you could just keep fighting, you know, like you don't gotta stop and run and panic and hide. And like you kind of realize that eventually that like, oh, you're just tanking shots, and then you can, you know, you can keep going. You're not actually taking damage, you know, like when you're getting hurt, you might not even be getting injured. It's just hitting your armor. So like, I mean, you're getting injured because you're getting hurt, obviously, but like usually that's a result of it just hitting your armor and it's tanking it. So like, you know, you're not losing blood or the skin isn't getting penetrated.
balance should make all weapons more viable. Yes, even the pea shooters. You should now instinctively recognize what kind of injury your character suffered based on how they sound and move. A broken leg or a punctured lung will sound appropriately painful and affect your combat effectiveness. Combined with the new
Like, you can hear that when he says punctured lung, and that guy like goes, and like you can, it just sounds like that. It sounds like it's just he's like you're sucking it through a hole. It sounds like he's got a punctured lung.
hit reactions and audio updates, combat feels far more responsive, visceral, and real. Sometimes, perhaps all too real. We're also introduced
That guy had a whole new. He had like a whole.
and real. Sometimes,
I forget what they call those. The Schmunge thing or whatever, that like special forces. The scarf thing, but he's got it like all up around his head and everything too.
perhaps all too real. We're also introducing a range of new medical items for you to find, purchase, and
Not the
use.
balaclava.
And trust us, you'll want to carry someone new at
Baklava.
all times. We have tweaked the UI to
Balaclava.
make healing allies clearer and more informative. Overall, diagnosing yourself and your teammates is easier, giving you more meaningful options when making those split-second life or death decisions under pressure. And now, for something completely different, let's go through some of the many additional quality of life improvements. Some you requested directly, others you may not even have realized you needed. Faction members are now visible on your compass, something many of you asked for to better coordinate intense situations or when navigating the lush jungles of Lamang. There's a new health status indicator in the top left corner of your screen that shows not only where you're injured, but how severe the injury is. Your gear now provides clear information, including gear levels, durability, and compatibility. Compatibility especially is important when assembling and modding your weapons. The system has been refined to make it easier to understand, even if you're not that type of player who remembers the name of every screw on your rifle. It's still evolving, but it should already feel far more intuitive. Vendor rewards are now sent directly to your locker. If your locker is full, they'll remain in your messenger inbox. We've added new keyboard shortcuts for messenger access, dropping items, and deleting items. You can now swap weapon attachments directly and automatically equip them using Ctrl plus left mouse button. Zooming has also been improved, allowing you to jump quickly to the minimum or maximum zoom levels. And that's not all. You'll find the full list in our comprehensive patch notes arriving towards the end of March. And finally, let's briefly talk about the way Spearhead looks. The update delivers substantial visual polish, improved lighting, refined explosion effects, new and upgraded environmental assets like cars, buildings, and world details. Vendors have also been completely remodeled, but we'll talk about that more in the next week's devlog. All of this makes Lamang feel even more immersive, beautiful, and alive. And that's it for this week's devlog, although we've only really scratched the surface. Join us next week as we take a deep dive into all the new content coming with Spearhead. Expect exciting reveals including new weapons and attachments, new gear and loot, and new locations and characters. Now press that subscribe or follow button so you don't miss it. Guys, and before you go, Grey Zone Warfare Spearhead launches this March, with the game's supporters gaining early access to the update preview as a thank you for their ongoing support. It really does go a long way. Thank you again to all you who are rooting for us. We truly appreciate it, and please help us spread the word about this update. And as always, every move matters.
Go over. The additions real fast because I have it on my VOD, but I think a lot of people are really curious about the differences. Actually, I was curious if they even had you could like buy the supporter editions and stuff anymore. Did I pull up the right thing? Yeah. Okay. No? Yeah, no. Yes, now maybe so. Okay, we can see them. So you have Elite Edition, Tactical Edition, and then the Supporter Edition is what they're pushing really hard right now, because you will get early access to the 0.4 update. But we're guessing that's only like days. You know, we'll get in, we'll be like in for days before other people will. And you what was I gonna say? We'll get it days before other people. Oh, and progress carries over. So if you have the Supporter Edition, your progress will carry over. So back to what they are. So the Elite Edition is Elite Edition upgrade. Now, I can't see the prices. Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, so it says, hopefully this isn't different because, oh, here we go. So, base game is $40. So, the reason I'm doing this is because a lot of people seem to struggle with wanting to pay money for this game. Now, I'm really going to make this a whole nother video, and I don't care if, like, you can say that, like, I'm the biggest Gray Zone fanboy in the world or whatever. I don't care. But, like, it's worth it. It's been worth every penny. And I'm gonna say this, that comparatively to Tarkov, I put maybe 80 hours into that game, and I've spent hundreds of dollars on that game. You know, like, thank you, Battlestate. So, I have spent $120 on Gray Zone Warfare. I jumped all over the Supporter Edition. I didn't care. I wanted, this is what you get, okay? The base game is $39.99. You get a 10 by 25 locker size, which this is all out of context if you've never played extraction shooters, but you basically get a limited locker size. You get a secure lockbox. What is that? A secure lockbox is what you can put items in, so if you die, you don't lose them. So if you're find high value loot, or you have to find a task item that you have to get out without dying, you can put it in that secure lockbox. So what do these numbers mean? If you're not familiar, it's a grid-based inventory system. You can actually see it in the picture up here. There's a grid of all these little squares. So your locker size is 10 by 25. The secure lockbox is 2 by 2. So you have four squares. You get the base game equipment with the base game. You get $10,000 in game to start with. Now you go up to the Tactical Edition. I didn't realize they had 4 different editions. I feel like you could get rid of one. You could probably get rid of the Tactical Edition. I don't know, whatever. So the Tactical Edition, so you're going from 40 to $67.98. So $70. It's almost double the price. You get a 10 by 35 locker size. So you get a little bit bigger locker. You still get the same secure lockbox. You get the base game, and then you're going to get the Tactical Edition equipment. Now, I'll have to go back and see if it actually lists what that stuff is. because I know with the supporter edition, I have an idea of what some of the stuff is, but and then they have the Elite Edition, which is $94.98. I feel like I can totally, I'm gonna put, like, I totally agree, like, why people, this is way too convoluted. There's way too many choices. Like, this makes it, it makes it look like you're kind of greedy, I feel like, because you have so many choices. It's like, just have three. The base, you know, if people want, and I feel like you could even give, like, at this time, it's EA, like, make it cheaper. Make the base game cheaper. Make the middle one, you know, more expensive, and then the supporter edition, sure, we'll dish out the money for that. But whatever, like, yeah, this is like, there's a lot. Anyway, so then you have for $100 basically, you get 10 by 45. So even you get 20, you know, 20 more slots in your locker. You get a 3 by 2 secure box. So you go from 4 to 6. Let me do my bad math. You get the base equipment, the tactical edition equipment, and the elite edition equipment. You get $20,000 to start with. You get $15,000 to start with in the tactical edition. Now, the supporter edition. This is, they're really pushing this now. And I mean, whatever, I already said, I've spent the money. Like, it's been worth every penny. So if you listen to what I said about Tarkov, I've spent hundreds of dollars on that game and played hardly any of it. This game, I have over 500 hours, probably close to 600 hours by now, and I've spent $120 on it. I feel like the money to time ratio there makes up for itself. And that's regardless of if they gave me anything in the game. Like, I didn't even care really. Like, I'm not one of those players that, like, you got to give me a bunch of shit in the game. Like, I love skins and everything, but I don't really care. Like, I don't expect that just because I'm giving you money. Like, I'm giving you money to make this game and finish it so I can play it when it's done. You know, like, we're enjoying it now, but, like, you know, we're trying to get to the finished product here, right? So with the supporter edition, you get 35 more slots than you do the base game. So you get double, pretty much, inventory size. You get a bigger secure box, so you get 9 squares instead of 4. So that's double the size. Then you get all the base equipment, tactical equipment, elite edition equipment, and you get the supporter edition equipment. You get $25,000 in cash in game. And then you get a Gray Zone t-shirt in the game. You get special gloves and armor in the game. You get the Tiger Stripe, Vietnam Special Forces, camouflage. And then your name is highlighted and there's a badge next to your name that looks similar to the Gray Zone logo. Okay, so people know that you're a supporter. Now, the added bonus here is that they threw in that we get early access to 0.4. So right now, they want people to buy it. They want people to pay for this, you know. I run into new players every day. And some of them are just like me, but they didn't buy the supporter, but they bought the game. They've had to talk their friends into buying the game. You know, everyone's on the fence right now. I get that. There's a lot of other options out there. And if you're not familiar with playing early access games and dealing with early access issues, don't buy one. Because it's a rabbit hole. They're cheap. And they come with a lot of issues. Gray Zone right now, I loved 0.3.5. The build was very solid. Of course, the AI, everything needed adjustments. But that game, it was like loading up like the best original Ghost Recon game you ever played, if that makes any sense. You know, if you went back to like the first Ghost Recon, or you know, in that realm, and let's just say you like you updated all texturally so it just looked like Gray Zone Warfare. Like the gameplay to me was kind of the same. Like you were just playing a nice basic shooter. It wasn't bloated with all this extra stuff and, you know, weapon tiers and skills and skill trees and skill paths and what have you, you know. It just felt really good. And I'm going to miss it. I know I will eventually at some point. I mean, 0.4 is going to be awesome. Maybe I won't miss it, but I jokingly keep telling myself, like, man, I wish I could just have a copy of that build, because one day, especially once the game's finished and you have all the other stuff they add into it, like one day I feel like it would be nice to just go back to how the game is right now and just play it and not have all this other stuff, because I feel like we actually need that. Like Ground Branch is probably the closest thing that I can think of right now that's just a tactical shooter and it doesn't have any sci-fi or anything else, and it's not an extraction and like whatever. But now we're derailing. So anyways, buy the supporter edition. It's worth it. Like, I don't like it. It's more than justified itself. And if you need further convincing, don't go to Twitch. Am I streaming? Yes. I've lost my camera. That's fine. But, you know, Twitch and streamers make it look like the game is dead. And it's not. It hasn't. The game can't be dead when it hasn't launched, for one thing. I probably covered my camera. Get in, you know, a lot of people are coming back. It's a good time to get in. Like, I think they messed up not wiping 0.3.5, because those AI changes, not that they were huge, but that's what brought me back. And they didn't wipe. I wiped my character because I wanted to see how different things felt. And to me, it did feel a lot different. The AI was much more manageable. I could play the game. But they didn't wipe, so everybody's like level 50 running around bored to death. Like, we need, blah, 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 you know, like, wipe your character, experience the changes, the updates, you know, they change things. Like, you're not gonna feel it when you're running around fully geared with the DD, you know, the top of the line MR or M4 and all that stuff. Like, it's like people should have wiped at 0.3 because 3.5, because people would have, like, they wouldn't be where they are now. People wouldn't have been as hungry for 0.4, I don't think. They still would have, but there's this thing that I hear out there that if they didn't hurry up and give the player base something, that, you know, people are going to start losing their minds. It's like, whatever, you know, they're making a game. What do you expect? You know, and I'm 52 years old. Like, when the Xbox came out, you didn't have early access to a game and where you could beg the developers to do things and like, oh, if you don't do this and give me an update, I'm not going to play your game. It's like, grow the fuck up, man. Like, they're making a fucking game. Like, like, you are privileged in this day and age that you can play games in early access. You know, like this is a privilege to me, really, that like we get to do this and be involved and play the game before it's even finished, you know, like otherwise let's go back 30 years when you had to wait until it launched, wait until it was finished, go to a store and buy it, you know, and then play it. It's like, I don't, like, people are so damn entitled these days. Like, I don't get it. Like, it's like this game is honestly unbelievable currently. I mean, I don't know. Like, I have been looking for a very basic co-op shooter for a very long time. And it doesn't have to be Beautiful Light, and it doesn't have to be Tarkov, and it doesn't have to be, you know, all that stuff. Like, I just wanted SOCOM again. I wanted a co-op tactical shooter. It came from OG Rainbow Six. Rainbow Six. Dude. I probably shouldn't even get started on Siege. That was the biggest disappointment of my life. I waited like decades for another Rainbow Six game, and they came out with that, which it was awesome, but you could have gave us some co-op. You could have gave us a mission, like a campaign, a co-op campaign. Could you imagine playing Siege co-op with those mechanics? Like, that shit would have been, like, they just fucked it all up. So, where was I going with this? Like, you can call me a gray zone fanboy, because I guess I am, because at this point, it's literally like, it's just the only thing that I want to play now. Like, you know, Tarkov launched 1.0 after like 15 years or something. Like, I honestly am just so over Battle State and that all that. Like, I didn't even play that game. I never even got the chance to play it, really. But I gave them hundreds of dollars. You know, I couldn't wait for Tarkov PvE. Then you had to pay for that. separately, and then it was just whatever. It was just weird. Then by the time you could actually play the damn game and buy it and it launched, like Gray Zone, I swear to God, like I know that they didn't plan that. Did I just turn it on and turn it back off again? But the timing, like, I just feel like if people would have been there in retrospect, what's up, dude? The timing was like so unbelievably perfect. Like, here I am. Oh, Tarkov launch. There's PvE. Like, oh, I'm gonna play the, sweet. I'm gonna play this game. Oh, actually, it was way before that because it was at 0.1 for Gray Zone. So there was actually two moments in time that. What did they do? Battlestate totally shit the bed with the EOD edition and all that stuff, and like people were just losing their minds, and like Gray Zone dropped 0.1, and like, yeah, it was rough, but like I just feel like the timing couldn't have been any better because people were just like, screw Tarkov. So, then it was like, oh, Gray Zone's, it's not ready, so we're all gonna go jump back on Battlestate's dick again. So, then Nikita screws them over some more, and we all continue to give them more money, and 1.0 comes out, right? And I'm like, fine, okay, I'm gonna do a wipe. I'm gonna play this game. I couldn't last 5 minutes in that fucking game because after playing Gray Zone, look at this. Like, look, like, I'm in the game, right? I'm not even doing anything, but I'm in the game. Like, I can call a helicopter, like, let's go to Westmore, we can go see Vulture. And, like, still in the game, not doing any, like, as soon as I had to sit in a loading screen in Tarkov, I was done. Like, I was I was totally disengaged. I didn't care anymore. I was waiting. You don't ever know how long it's going to take to load into a goddamn raid. If you even make it in, because you might crash or any other number of things. And then you get into the raid and you die in 5 minutes. After, what, 15, 20 minutes in your inventory, 15 or 20 minutes in a loading screen, a half an hour close to easily that you've spent outside of the game world to spend 5 minutes in the game world and die. It's like, I was done. I was like, nope. I was like, I will probably never. The only thing I would like to play Arena, which is really ironic because I totally don't PvP at all anymore. I don't even PvP in this game. But something about Tarkov Arena, like, really appeals to me.
We're getting close.
But
1 minute.
That's different. Like, when you're loading into a match-based game that's team gate, whatever. That's how it works. Like, can you make it different? Sure. Well, like now you're just I'm in this persistent world all the time. You're never in a loading screen. You're never like in a menu. Like, you know, even if down the road they change the UI so like you don't even have like a menu, you know, an inventory screen at all. It's all done on a PDA or whatever. Like, you know, let's do some Dead Space stuff. You know, where the UI is like, it's like it's holographically projected in front of you or something. It's a party at Westmore. They're already talking about the messenger changes. That my prediction is that is not going to stay like that, because you know, like it's really unrealistic to just have your chat pop up on a screen without like out of context or anything. So I feel like that's just a precursor to them bringing in a PDA basically. I think Beautiful Light got a lot of people thinking in terms of UI, and you know, I don't even get that though. It's like Fallout, you know, the Pip-Boy is like the earliest iteration of like a PDA or like a wearable, you know, whatever you want to call it, carrying a tablet around on your arm or whatever, you know. It's like, I don't know why people have never thought of that. Even if it was just a smartwatch. Like, even a smartwatch is enough in a game like this that you could use it for messages and navigation and, you know, maybe interacting with your squad. Sorry about the noise. Let me fix this microphone situation in the future. So last night I decided to go out with this MP5 with an ACOG, hollow point. I have my shotgun, but I don't have any shotgun rounds. Okay, so anyways, the point of this story is that I feel like I need to be careful out here. My plan was to take this to the starter town and just shred unarmored NPCs. And I really hope that like the visuals don't change too much stuff, because like the weather, I mean, it can probably only get better. But I like the weather effects in this game are absolutely amazing. Like, there's just like, it probably looks like crap if you didn't know, but it's just, there's just a light fog. There's just a light fog. It's 6:30 at night, so it's dusk. It's overcast. but there was just like a haze in the air. Especially if like they start putting like actual storms in the game, like big storms, like the thunderstorms are amazing. And I actually witnessed my first, like, I wouldn't call it a windstorm, but it was like nothing but wind, extremely windy. No rain or anything else, just blowing all the trees around. And do I need any of these? PLA, Falling Hotel, Falling UNLRA. I mean, I don't have them. What do I have in here? It's full. I've just been throwing keys in here and I haven't been paying attention. This is the, okay, yeah. I might have to do a town hall run now that I got the key card last night. It's 6:30, so it's gonna start getting dark. I wonder if I should just start playing like the Booney Boys. They don't use nods. I don't really like using nods. It's like a crutch. I kind of use it as a last resort in a way. But flashlights really give you away. Is there like, what's the lowest? That one's only like 200 lumens, isn't it? Not 200, that would be way too. Or yeah, it's only 150. So I mean, that's not bright. So let's test this. We're gonna run this. I'm kind of curious how far away they can see it. And then I have a Surefire also. And those things light up the entire world. Little stretch. So here's the Surefire. But I don't think I can put the Surefire on. How does that work? I'm kind of confused about the V-block now. Was it just because I have something else on here? Oh yeah, so it will go on. Okay. Okay, so can I put them both on? I can put the NC star on the other side? Okay. Wait, where did it go? It went like right next to it? It's supposed to be on the right rail. Oh, there it is. These things are bugged sometimes. Oh, that's not a flashlight, that's a laser. Where'd the flashlight go though? Okay, flashlight. Okay, so I can't put both the flashlights on as a test. Okay. Watch this. So we have the Surefire. And then we have the NC Starlight. Now, wow, that is way off. That flashlight is on the upper right side of my barrel. I guess it's actually like straight over top of it, but no, maybe? No, it's off to the right. But the light's like way off to the left. So what does it say? Okay, the Surefire is 600 lumens, so that's not as bright as I thought, but those things are really bright. Like, I thought they were like 3,000 lumens or something. I don't have anything to compare it to. I guess I should see what Vulture has, right? Okay, so we're gonna do this no nods thing. Let's see if we do it. I mean, I usually only ever use the PS7. I think the 14 is my favorite one now because you can still see. You can still see around. This helmet's still good. This is a helmet I've been wearing for like the last 4 days. It's down to 61%. Yeah, this is actually the one that I like to use. I like being able to see around the outside. And it reminds me of Splinter Cell. I can see the flashlight in my ACOG. I wish there was I wish I could wear a ball cap with this thing. Or any hat, actually, even a scarf. Yeah, we're gonna risk it for the biscuit. I like have nothing on me right now that cannot be replaced or isn't already replaced. That's the whole reason I took the MP5 out, because I don't really give a shit. Alright. Vulture, what you got, boy? Anything good? Got some. Can I use this? It's 45. Give me some. Give me some XP ammo. I used to rock all these AKs, man. They were fun. Oh, you know what? Since we're here, let's go see if we can get anything. And what I mean by that is oh, the rush is bigger, right? We just need like an empty one. It's still really weird how, oh, I packed it instead of sorting it. Never mind. I'm like, let's go see if we can. Let's go see if the MP5 will kill some of these guys. I got the ACOG, right? So I can do a little bit of scouting. It's 8 o'clock. It's gonna start getting dark. And go over here to these checkpoints, and these guys actually have decent gear and armor. And I can get some for myself, or actually it's probably going to be for new players because the fog's like making trails on the scope. I've been finding new gear and equipping new players, but more so for these guys that I run into that are new. And yesterday I played with a guy that had literally lost everything in like 12 hours. He said he was broke. He didn't have any money left. Can he wipe? Sure, but not everybody wants to do that. You gotta start over. Not that he had any progress, you know, he didn't know. But I felt so bad for that dude. Like, we got back to base and I was like, here's my MCX, here's my 60 round mags, here's a rush, here's a bunch of meds. Because I really don't like using the best thing in the game all the time. Where are these guys? This is making me really nervous. Is it because it's so late? Oh, there's not even any bodies. I'm gonna get wrecked, watch. These guys are gonna fucking spawn right on top of me. There was 5 of these dudes down here yesterday. Now there's none. Not even a body. That was a very uneventful loot run. That was really weird. I'm gonna go back this way. I actually wanted to, I'm actually gonna recon this a little bit since they're not here, for now anyway. Because even though there's like usually 5 heavily armed guys right here, but you can literally just come from Westmore right down across the river and just I would love to just try to sneak up this hill. Where could you come up at? Can I get all the way over here? If you could come up over here, like they might see you. There's usually a guy out here. But you can come up here. What's up here? Before I walk into another checkpoint or something. Oh shit. Look at this vantage point. Well, the last run I did, I was really disappointed that I couldn't get up here and come from the other side. But I literally did it. So you just come across the river right here. Unless there's more up here. That flashlight is so bad. But anyways, you could just sit up here. Oh man, look at this, like right here. Oh, it's not high enough. Oh man, you could go up here. If I had my M700, and tell me I can't get up there. Possible fall. This is like fish in a barrel from up here. Absolutely no cover though. And those guys have CQA1 and 5.56, so they could kill you from down there easily. So this is, I don't think their flashlights are right. This is 150 lumens. That's no way in hell. That's way more. Because, oh, it's because I have both of them turned on. That's a little better, but that's still pretty far. The only reason I know this is because of bicycle headlights. But they run like 3,000 lumens. They're like literally as bright as like a car's headlights, bright headlights. I'll turn both of them on again. Well, this was rather boring. This whole route, though, used to be lined with guards. We went up and down this route with a guy one time. We went from Argos to Westmore and wiped everything out and looted everything, and then went back the other way. Wish I could just leave right now. This is that one of those moments where I was talking about when they were talking about putting hideouts in the game. I was saying it would be nice if we had like a little tent or something that I could set up in the field. Where you could just pitch a little camp real fast and it would be enough for you to log out. Or whatever. Mainly to log out, I guess. So you don't have, I mean, they act like the cop's like a million miles away. It's like, it's right on the other side of the bridge. Disappointed that there's not any equipment crates or anything around here. I really hope the MP5 gets a little more viable. I don't know how people play with the MP7. Like, is there something I'm missing there? It is a different round, though. It's not 9. It's not 9 yet, right? Because 9mm just doesn't feel like it does anything unless you're shooting them in the face. Alright, I think I might have to change my... I forgot that I made my title. I quit my job for 0.4. That's funny. I need to lower it a little or sit down. Get my desk where I can lower it without it smashing into something. Would it really be that easy, or all I gotta do is lower that and... We're still in frame. Oops. How far off am I? Oh, I'm right there. See if I can get you out from behind the monitor. That's alright. Cover the fancy chair. So it look like a real streamer. Oops. Oh. What did I just crashed. Server disconnect. You guys can still see from back there? Why isn't it reconnecting? Yeah, like wasn't reconnecting. Are we on the same server? There's no keys. We go check the checkpoint again. It looks like the same server. Maybe it's like it's like 10 o'clock now. Looks like I have a razor. The combination of the ACOG and Surefire, and so I'm going to say this again, and I'm playing in a rather bright room, but people say that this game doesn't get dark enough. Like, I can't even see where I'm going. Alright, so everybody's here. Okay, well, so they're here now. Well, let's try it, right? And there's a guy over there on foot, patrolling. This is what I'm talking about right here. I should just come over here with my M700, but just the fact of how well lit up that little spot is, that you can see them in the atmosphere. How am I at 50% hydration already? I haven't even been in the game. All I did was fly to Westmont. We walked over there and back. I don't, like, man, I don't. The hydration in this game, this is not so bad. The hydration in this game pisses me off so bad that I actually made a snide remark about it on Twitter on Rick's. I said, for the devlog, or what? Anyways, I said I'm thirstier than my PMC is. Because this dude. Okay, I gotta try to at least get behind this crate because there's like no cover, and the other guy patrols over here though.
That's it. I can't stand this anymore. I'm getting wasted today. Good thing I stashed that bottle of whiskey.
Interesting. So we have 1, 2, 3. So another thing I love is when you can just see their silhouette. And then, okay, there's the crate. There's the guy on foot. There's 4. There should be 5 of them. Now, man, if that guy would have got a little closer to those two, you might be able to take them out with a grenade, but I don't trust where this other guy might be. See, this is like one of those moments that, like, with the new mechanics, okay? How, oh, that guy went, oh, there's the 5th one. Those guys are way out there now. Shit. You know, like, when you have, like, a group of guys, like, can I leg this guy and he's gonna like go down and kind of stumble around, and that's gonna give me time to like take out this other dude, and
Make it out. Maybe there is still a way.
look, there's a guy right there. Holy shit. That's 6 guys. Now, if only you could do stealth attacks. Okay, so if I take this dude out, will that guy at the tent see it? The other dude's coming back now. And he turned his flashlight on.
Fucking mess that asshole. Who does he think he is? Motherfucker never leaves the base and just sends us out there to die.
Now I gotta see where this guy goes because I don't want I think I'm gonna wait until he goes back out there, and then I'm gonna pistol whip this dude, and then I should be able to get to the other guy maybe. If I can get him and that other guy out of here and keep all 4 of them over there, that'll at least give me it. Even though they have a shitload of cover, I'll at least have some cover.
That's it. I can't stand this anymore. I'm getting wasted today.
Alright, so he's almost there. this guy doesn't turn on me with the... Okay, he kept going. We gotta make this a one shot, one kill. Right in the back of the head, right in the base of the skull. Okay, that worked. They're all alerted, so that didn't work. But there's another guy right here. He's coming to me. We'll use a whole clip because I got a fucking 9mm with hollow point, and these guys are heavily armored.
Fuck, one of us is down. Be on guard.
We're gonna throw a grenade over there. That was the stun. It did stun him though. Real grenade. Another one. It's right on him. Ooh! This guy's coming at me. That would have killed me right there. I think we're good. That was badass. I wanted to make a clip of that. The one shot. Now, how did that do that? It's PS, so I guess it's armor piercing. Do I have any melt? I don't have any painkillers. You didn't see my flashlight. Where was that other guy? Okay, so these guys have... I'm gonna go see what this guy's got. Okay, do I want these? What? I want this ammo, right? I should probably take this ammo. On a 94%, that's not terrible, but we don't need any more Mossbergs. I'm kind of curious to see what the, that was like the best accident ever. Like, I threw a stun grenade. I'm pretty sure all three of those dudes were stunned. This guy was for sure. Then I threw that other grenade and I literally just saw it land right at his feet. And easily took out these two guys. Yeah, look at that. Destroyed everything. Armor's still good though. Must have just like concussive. Because there's no there's no shrapnel. This one's a fragmentation grenade, but I don't think that's what I threw. Oh, this one's 545. So those other guys, they only had AVT or whatever. What's this guy got? Yeah, ATBV. Actually, I don't want that. I'm gonna take the floor up. I'll take at least one gun to sell. What? Can't put a rig in a rig. have to start carrying those stun grenades a little more, because man, those things would be great for, they'd probably be great for evading, because at least you could stun them and disorient them and go hide or something, or, you know, stun them and kill them, but it definitely worked. Like, that was crazy. I can't carry that. The food is more important than that thing. So the flashlight, I kind of should have tested it on that guy, but he couldn't see the NC star. It's 150 lumens. It was like just bright enough for me to see him. But he couldn't see a flashlight shining at him for some reason. I don't know why I tell myself I'm gonna sell this stuff, because I don't need to sell it. I have like 50 grand right now. Just gotta keep collecting floras for myself. I don't know why. I haven't wasted the one that I have. There really wasn't anything. I mean, nobody really wants AKs. But, so those guys had all PS ammo though. Which is armor piercing. At 300 meters, it can penetrate a 6mm thick steel plate. No wonder it fucking shot me in the stomach then. And this is only front. And that was 7.62. 5.45. It says it enhances its penetration capabilities. Okay, so we could rock that's 7.6239, right? What is this? Oh, that's trash. What did I put in here? I mean, maybe I will go back and get one of theirs. They're all kind of trash though, but well, this is the 5.45. It's still 88%, but actually the ammo is the more important thing, really, because I'll probably get a better AK in the future. What does Vulture have? And he's got AK-12. This 5.45. That's like your most basic. Yeah, it's like $300. I was like, that's like your most basic AK. It's actually in really good condition, though. Oh, that's not the right one. And it's only a 3.5. Is that like the one you can buy? I mean, what? Artisan sale, right? It's like half the price, though. So I could probably easily take, well, it'd be smarter to get one of theirs because I need to just sell this thing. Because like that one, even if I took that one, like it has like it has the handrail and shit on it. It has my favorite scope on it too. Or one of my favorite scopes. Let's do this. We'll do, if I just take this and maybe the grip. The grip's pretty good. We're gonna probably need that. So if I just bought that stuff and then I buy this cheap ass AK, can I just swap it all over? Let's try it. I haven't built a gun in a while. So we take off the wood thing and put this one on. We take off this grip. Yeah, that's all zeros. We put this one on. And then we can put the little hand thingy on. And then we can put the OP on. No? Oh, it's gotta have this, I bet. No? Dogleg socket combined not compatible with AK rear sight. Gotta go. So dogleg goes on. The OP7 goes on the dogleg, so OKP7 goes on the dogleg. So now, what are we rocking here? What does this have? So this has SP762. We're just going to drop that. And then, where are my other AK mags? That's a 545. What's in these? US762. So US is subsonic. Does not need to be in an AK. That makes a whole lot of sense. Alright, I'm gonna take this AK just for the hell of it. And I only need one mag. Wait. Where'd all that PS ammo go? That's PS545, PS762. I only have 60 rounds. No, it says I have 150 rounds. I have a 60 round AK mag? I thought I did. I thought I found one somewhere. So sad. Okay, so this one and this one. I'm gonna not take this one. You got the AK PS762, PS545. Where did I get this XP from? Did they give that to me? They must have gave that to me for a task, huh? Where the hell is the rest of this ammo? It says I have 60, 90. I guess that's right. Like 100 and... All my food's in here instead of the cooler. Dude, those hemostat things are gonna be badass, or you could just go and like basically plug a hole. I think I was satisfied with my flashlight test. I think the NC star is good enough to not attract a shit ton of attention. Because that guy was standing right in front of me, and he's literally one of those guards. So I mean, which means a flip-flop guy will see me from like 1,000 meters and one-shot me with a scorpion. Alright, I'm gonna ghetto hearth back to base. If you never played WoW, you don't know what ghetto hearthing is. If you were in an instance and dropped the group, it would kick you out to the city. If you log out at a fob and log back in, or if you log out at a cop and log back in, it usually puts you at the fob. Jerry, are you in here? Go outside. Cheers, Strum. Cheer protect. already got more coffee, right? So what else can we resupply on before we go out to the field? Coffee and cold pizza. What more do you need? Is it just really quiet, or there we go. Where's my son? Where's the ambience? There it goes. I think I should go back to Wayfarers. Probably see more of me and less of the decorations. It's kind of funny to see the teddy bear though. That's my player too. Anybody want to watch the video again? Oh, this is the wrong one.
Tactical
No,
shooter,
it's both of
where you
them.
get to live the fantasy of being an elite mercenary uncovering a dark secret. This update is all about enhancing your experience by prioritizing player agency, world building, and refinement of core systems that elevate the game to the next level. With that said, let's jump into the first of 3 devlogs that are going to introduce the update ahead of the March release. This time about player-driven improvements coming to Grey Zone Warfare. Meaning the heavier your loadout, the more limited your movement becomes. Running low weight, high mobility builds is now a viable option for players favoring a more guerrilla-style approach to combat. Overall, movement in Spearhead should feel less arcadey. Don't expect bunny hops and 360 no-scopes. Instead, look forward to more grounded, fluid, tactical motion. Weapons Way has been further enhanced to better reflect your equipped attachments. We'll dive deeper into attachments and their impact on combat efficiency in next week's devlog focus on new content. We've also added some sexy new weapon inspect animations.
Roger, Raven.
It's just me or is it hot in here? Now that we've covered your movement, let's talk about the enemy movement in 0.4. We took a thorough look at enemy hit reactions. In previous versions, AI enemies could sometimes appear stuck in a hit animation and additional incoming damage wasn't reflected properly. That's now addressed with chain hit reactions. Let's see if you can spot the difference.
Raven on station and ready to pick you
Oh
up.
shit, what do I have on?
Hit reactions now vary based on the body part structure.
Strap in, we're heading out.
Only slow your enemies down, while organ and bone hits can seriously mess them up. All of this leads to more readable engagements and boost immersion through visceral combat. Audio
Probably don't need to be
was another
carrying
area
a lot,
where you
but-
asked for more clarity and depth. We heard you, and this is our response. In Spearhead, you'll immediately notice a clearer and more detailed soundscape across the board. This means closer connection to the world and your character. You know what? I'll just shut up now and let you hear it for yourselves.
Yeah, Jakob. Shoot it. Just kidding. Hello, Jakob.
Get ready. 1 minute.
I don't know what those weird ass noises were in the background, but. Oh, it's the birds.
Sounds good?
Pew pew pew
Sure
pew
hope
pew.
so. And that brings us to the next
Pew,
step.
pew, pew,
The
pew,
Hell system has been
getting close.
rebalanced and improved to
30
increase
seconds.
combat lethality and increased clarity.
Is that
Every hit,
a-
even from smaller calibers, now delivers appropriate damage. That goes for damage dealt, be careful, also for damage received. This rebalance should make all weapons more viable. Yes, even the pea shooters. You should now instinctively
Let's get
recognize
into
what kind of
shooters.
injury your character suffered based on how they sound and move. A broken leg or a punctured lung will sound appropriately painful and affect your combat
Oh, we just
effectiveness.
landed.
Combined with the new hit reactions and audio updates, combat feels far more responsive, visceral, and real. Sometimes, perhaps all too real. We're also introducing a range
Okay, I
of
gotta
new
do
medical
Bonds of
items for you to
Madness, so
find,
we're, like,
purchase, and use. And trust us, you'll want to
back
carry
in
someone
here
you at
somewhere.
all times. We have tweaked the UI to make healing allies clearer and more informative. Overall, diagnosing yourself and your teammates
Hopefully
is
these
easier,
guys have
giving you
cleared
more
them
meaningful
fall.
options when making those split-second life or death decisions under pressure. And now for something completely different. Let's go through some of the many additional quality of life improvements. Some you requested directly, others you may not even have realized you needed. Faction members are now visible on your compass. something many of you asked for to better coordinate intense
sure how I
situations
feel
or
about
when
that.
navigating the lush jungles of Oman. There's a new health status indicator in the
So, like,
top
right
corner of your
now-
screen that shows not only where you're injured, but how severe the injury is. Your gear now provides clear information, including
So right
gear
now,
levels, durability, and
if I
compatibility.
had-
Compatibility especially is important when assembling and modding your weapon.
Faction members
the
on
system
my
has been refined
compass.
to make it easier to understand, even if you're not that
But I
type
just
of
have
player
a
who
group
remembers
of
the
blue
name
squares
of
up
every
here
screw
in the
on your
corner
rifle.
because
It's
they're
still
all
evolving,
over here.
but it should already feel far more intuitive. Vendor
Until I
rewards
look
are
in
now
that
sent
area,
directly to your
and
locker.
then like how,
If your locker is full,
like what's
then
the
remain in your
range? Like,
messenger.
am I gonna see
We've
the guy
added
that's
new
way the
keyboard
hell out
shortcuts
there?
for messenger access,
on my compass?
dropping items, and
Is it
deleting
like-
items.
is
You
it
can now
like a
swap
certain
weapon
vicinity?
attachments directly and automatically.
I just feel like it's gonna
Extend
get
using
cluttered.
Control plus left mouse button.
Not like,
Zooming is also
not like there's a
really
lot
good,
going
allowing you
on
to jump
the
quickly
compass,
to the
and
minimum
like I
or
said, it's
maximum zoom
really
levels.
only
And
for
that's not
navigating,
all.
but
You'll find the full list in our comprehensive patch notes arriving towards the end of March. And finally, let's briefly talk about the way Spearhead looks. The update delivers substantial visual polish, improved lighting, refined explosion effects, new and upgraded environmental assets like cars, buildings, and world details. Vendors have also been completely remodeled, but we'll talk about that more in the next week's demo. All of this makes Le Mans feel even more immersive, beautiful, and
into a
alive.
firefight
And
with
that's it
those
for this
guys
week's
over
demo.
there, and I'm probably
Although we've only really scratched the surface.
100 meters,
Join
that's
us
not
next
bad.
week as we take a deep dive into all the new content coming with Spearhead. Expect exciting reveals including new weapons and attachments, gear and loot, and new locations and more. Now press that subscribe or follow button so you don't miss it. Guys, and before you go, Grey Zone Warfare Spearhead launches this March, with the game's supporters gaining early access to the update preview as a thank you for their ongoing support. It really does go a long way. Thank you
Watch your
again
back,
to
she
all
could be
you
right
who are
behind
rooting
you.
for us. We truly appreciate it, and please help us spread the word about this update. And as always,
but
every move matters.
I'm not sure what the, I don't remember what the other ones look like, but that one could be a crazy tattoo. Okay, so there's more. I can never find them.
Open world tactical shooter where you get to live the fantasy of being an elite mercenary
see 'em-
uncovering a dark
You see
secret.
them a million
This update
times
is
when
all
you're
about
over here
enhancing your
not looking
experience
for
by
them.
prioritizing player agency, world building, and refinement of core systems that elevate the game to the next level. With that said, let's jump into the first of 3 devlogs that are going to introduce the update ahead of the March release. This time about player-driven improvements coming to Grey Zone Warfare. Many of you have been asking for improvements to character movement. That's why we've reworked the entire system and made it
I gotta assume that I'm pretty quiet because I walked right up behind those guys on the bridge and they didn't even. Ominous Muriel. Where the fuck is that one at? The statue's over here. I don't think... Was there another one out here? Alright, what's... None of the other ones are right here. Okay, so... Another BP hotkey. People are going to be sad that they're not finding that. Oh no, I want Elder, right? Oh, I should probably be checking these guys. Daylight. Oh man, give me that fucking water. Actually, is there anything else? Since we're just kind of chilling in Ben Paw now. I gotta find that other Muriel. Yeah, give me all that. Give me all that. What we got in here? 2 Mosleys. Uh-oh. 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 Somebody knows something. What do you think these are worth? Jack shit, probably. But I need it. These can go together. Did I need a T-51? Did I want a T-51? Body right there. My graphics look a little rough, but I can't tell if it's just because of the... Is that a player? can't they just die? This guy's gonna fucking kill me, man. Alright, well, we were right there. I mean, he at least legit killed me. He shot me in the head and the neck. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, we were... Where were we? We were like... in this hut? We're gonna start there. It was either there or there. I said I really wouldn't be sad to lose any of that stuff, right? So it might be more sad to lose the shotgun. Actually, we'll just take one of these. And I'll put the shitty, oh, I sold all those. How about this thing? How bad is that? Get it out. It's got the Surefire. Alright, let's go get our body. Right? You know, just like that. Let's go get our body, just like that. What is this little footpath? Where is that? Shit, that might take me right out, right to there, right there. Oh wait, we're gonna go by the bunker. This is stupid. I guess he's not out here. This isn't the one for a task. Did I turn the game down? I think I did actually, right? Yeah. I'm bitching about that guy dying, but that's what happens when you're running around with a fucking 9mm. The hollow point. Okay, so I was like right here. I had went to there's a player body. That's probably the guy that killed me right there. We're taking the fucking AK. Fuck this shit. The AK with PS rounds. Ooh, a DLSR. Never seen one of those. You're supposed to eat it. Warehouse like I can carry anything else. There's a mock, right? Okay. Another mock 2. Somebody was here. Yeah, it's gotta be the lighting. Like, I just feel like my graphics just look a little off. Can't wait. Let's just get this update and just get it over with, because I'm gonna stop screwing around with that stuff, because it's all gonna change. Okay, where is the other thing? Oh, I know where it is. It's back over here. Hmm? Wait, what? What are you doing to me, Artisan? What are you doing? You're gonna tell me this isn't the last one? Oh, it's fucking not the right time. See a little kitty stalking up here. Where are you going? Are you gonna come to my house? Where are you going? She is coming over here. Who's wrong? See where this cat's going. All right. Long time of day. We missed our window. All right, so let's go These fucking other ones are all the way over here. That one, wasn't there one right here? Where was that other one? Or was it over here? One of them was right at the base of India. It's probably where this guy's going. Oh, right here, this thing. That's kills. That's the thing, and then I think this one is no way. Oh, I gotta fucking get somewhere and unload. Alright, let's just go to India too. Let's get the hell out of here. Alright, this thing is right here, okay? So, what are my chords? 205135. Somebody write that down. Two oh 5-1-3-5. That works. Okay, so then next time when it gets dark, or not when it gets dark, when it's after 10 o'clock or whatever, then we can come back out here. I'm just gonna go back to, damn, look at this starter town. I kinda wish you could, I mean, some of these are really close. Like specifically this one, like I could fly it. I'm sure we're going to do that because I don't need to go all the way back to the fob. And I need to stay in this area anyways. I don't know what Pizza Hut does with their pizza boxes, but like, there's some kind of special tech. Oh shit. I'm probably not going to make it to my chopper. I'm not going to make it to my chopper. I'm overweight and thirsty. Oh, here he comes. Somebody else was... Oh, I might make it.
Hurry up and get in.
I might make it. 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Oh god, it's gonna be so close. Don't leave. Okay, I made it.
Ready up, we're taking off.
Dude. Could you cut that any closer?
Approaching the LZ. 30 seconds.
I gotta put my shotgun back. Get rid of this Mosin. What? You wanna go outside? 1 second.
Spread out.
Go let the kitty cat out. You know, I really could change this whole desk situation. He's like, is he looking at me? Oh, yep. There's that one. I can use a nosing, but I can't see that far. Alright, let's try this. I got a couple of peas in him, he'll die. ACOG's actually nice, man. I forgot, like, it's like weird how in every other game I play, I will use the ACOG all the time. But for some reason in this game, I seem to avoid using it. But I think it's just because you don't have other options. Like in other games, it's like, you don't, it's like, usually it's like the best thing you can get until you get like a real sniper scope that you like never usually find or can never use, or you don't have it for very long, so you're still just using an ACOG like all the time. I guess I'm gonna get rid of that. Do I have any more grenades or use them more? Can I put this somewhere? Is there a code here? Somebody can find that. What else were we doing? We're gonna keep messing with this MP file. How much of that XP ammo do I have? 300 and something rounds. 113 rounds. Oh, 150 rounds of full metal jacket. Alright, let's get rid of this. I'll get rid of this ammo. We'll try it. I just moved my AK ammo. I don't know where I put it. Excuse me. We're gonna use the XP. until I don't have anymore. We don't have anymore. Okay, so where's the FMJ? Alright. Alright. And then when we run out of that, we gotta go to AK. We run out of that, we got the Glock. The Glock has XP in it, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm gonna stick with this. Actually, I'm gonna put the Spectre on here. I'm gonna keep using it. Give me a little bit more of an advantage. I'm gonna put the Alright, where are we going? I gotta go. Where is everyone?
Goose.
Yeah, I thought nobody's ever had the name Goose before. And there's a bunch of lobies. I mean, I'm only level 9, but there's a bunch of likes. I wonder if anyone needs help. Go be a guide. I'm like turning into an expert of the starter town. See, well, and that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna take the MP5 in there with the hollow point. I need to do my tasks. I need to do. I need to level up frickin' Lab Rat. Where is she at? You're like so close, okay? So it's gotta be this one task, right? At least I'm not going to Tiger Bay. I know that's like one of the easiest ones. And that dude's like, I'm like almost there. He's like right here. I mean, I probably can go there. He's like right here. That actually is a really easy one. Because then the PMC squad is for UNLRA checkpoint west of Foul Line. So it's like over here, right? Maybe even closer, like right here. But I think it's like over here. There's this one, but I don't think that's it. Is it? That would be way too easy. That can't be it. It's like stupid far out here, right? If I could remember it. I'm gonna have to look up the Tiger Bay one anyways, because I don't remember exactly where it's at. I cannot wait. Chrissy Gnome is a piece of fucking work, man. U.S. civilians, and now they want to call them domestic terrorists. She is going to go down in history, all right. and like, I'm glad she got what she wanted. Fucking rich ass, dumbass fucking people. Fucking disgusting. Okay, I'm protected. It is that one. Oh, there's a notebook. Okay. Alright, I didn't know that. And then... That's like super easy, and I've been waiting like forever to do, well, I haven't been waiting, but like, I haven't leveled up Lab Rat in forever. What's the other one called? So close. Because I'm so close to where this guy is. It's the lat truck. It's okay. Oh, this is. Wait, is this two? Is this two boats? This is a. Oh, okay. This is just the one that's at the convoy. Alright, but it's still over here. Okay. That's a hike. We're just gonna fly over here first.
Raven, wheels up for India 1.
And maybe we'll hang out in the starter town for a little bit. Oh yeah, I was gonna go to town hall. The weather has not, it's been like foggy all day. I'm pretty sure that's why my graphics look like they do. Like there's like still like a freeze in there. Did I just see somebody over there?
Landing, get in, go!
Some kind of thing where the regular MP5 doesn't have 3-round burst or
Get
something.
ready, we're moving out.
I wish it did.
Get ready, 1 minute.
You gotta remember to go back to Ben Paul when it gets dark. It's gonna be like the one time that there's an NPC hero and you gotta come here for a task. It's cool that they put a task here though, because like kind of felt like this place was worthless after a while. For the ripcord. Look at that shit. Maybe I should leave those. I'm gonna leave those. I'm not even using my vision. I'm gonna leave those. Okay, is it my graphics? We got 1080, blah 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 blah. Oh, we're still on Epic, holy shit. Well, we're getting 90 frames. The DLA at 1080. I should just put it on high. He's gonna give me less frames, watch. Put it on high instead of epic and it literally gave me like the same. I did change the texture resolution, but come on. That did it. Because it's on auto, so which means it must be on low. I'm still at 100 frames. I'm going to go to medium. It goes to 90 frames on high. Medium texture resolution with Epic puts me down to 70 frames. Did that fix it though? Which is fine, because I can just turn it down to, I don't know if it really changed anything. I want to test these AI and play with them and like how they react, but I feel like the reaction time is just way too fast. I don't know. And then it's all going to be different soon anyway. They have ripcord, right? Can you close the door after you come in? Can you close the door behind you? With my graphics. So let's go a little bit back to high. It still put me at 100 frames, right? I know it was at 80. I'm gonna put it down to medium. That's literally everything medium, since I can only set texture resolution up to medium, because for some reason after launch they changed that. I could put variable shading on whatever. Special frames. So that puts me over 100 frames. Didn't change anything though. I mean, not that I can tell. So we're gonna put this on high, I'll put this back on auto, and that can stay on performance. Still over 100 frames. Texture resolution seems to do a lot, even though I'm not sure what it does. Determines the resolution of in-game textures. Auto determines best texture resolution for you based on available VRAM. Well, my VRAM sets balls, so I know it's going to be on low. Because I totally shot myself in the foot on that one. I think this card only has 4 or maybe 6. It might have 8, but it definitely doesn't have a 16 or better. I'm not done with this. Locate the farm and search for the UNRA supplies. That's that place that's over there down the road. I'm gonna close my door. I'm letting all the heat out. Cat comes in just the door wide open. Are we still working? Are we still live? Still got a camera. So far. Slowly dying as I'm using it. It's only at 79%. I'm so locked in with this chair. You are going to sit up straight, whether you like it or not. Funny thing is, I'm probably still not sitting completely straight up. I was gonna check my audio. Is that background noise or game noise? I guess that's not bad. I don't think I can get you gotta be hearing the echo though. Maybe not. Oh, there's no game sound now. Mic check. It's loud and noisy, but I feel like you could bring the mic closer. You can kind of hear me, right? Is that really because of the game sound? Mic check. Mic check. I guess I could maybe turn it on and over this. Try this. Actually, what is that? Okay, so now are we hearing... Wait. turn the mic back on. Okay, so you can definitely hear. Let's try this. And I can hear about that echo. Mic check. Microphone check. Just turn the game up again. It gets too loud there. It's probably fine, but I don't think you can hear me. It sounds good though, I think. That sounds better. I put on a noise suppression on. Alright. I had to turn the game down in OBS because I can't. If I turn it down and up, I can't hear it. I think that sounds better there. If anyone bothers to come into my stream and wants to tell me, let me know. I'm gonna change my stream type. Hang on. I'm gonna get killed out here. Change my stream title. What's his own? It's still a 6-back. I remember him from Squares out. He's alright too. Good link up. What's he doing? They wouldn't know that it's me because I changed my... They probably wouldn't know it was me anyways, but I changed my character name. Guess I better drink something before my guy dies first.
I'm tired.
He already is.
Yeah, that's fine, dude.
I'd be mad if I joined
Today's
you.
okay.
He's probably doing PvP though. Yeah, he's on Warfare. Although that could be fun to go PvP with those guys.
Just chilling, man. Just chilling. Have to get some warm up in before I get into this shit. But yeah, I'm warming up into playing this shit.
Alright, let's do this approach. I'm gonna get him to link up with me because he's at least full enough to find this stream. So maybe we'll try to go play with them. Go lose some gear. I can love this game. Like I've been looking for a tactical shooter for so long. The worst thing is that it took me so long to get good at it. Or to get comfortable with it and you just know like seeing what you're hearing, getting an eye for things. Like I see guys walking around now that like I don't used to notice. You could just give me one. Oh, there we go. I'm like, can you just give me one little gap? He's wasting time trying to stare through a fence. Can't even see through there. Let's go over here where I might actually be able to get an angle. There's a fucking chicken vehicle. Whoa. XP, man. I'm using XP. Alright. What is going on? Where was this dude? What? No, wait. Oh, that's FMJ. Still. Did I change it all to FMJ? That guy took a shot to the head. Oh, that was the kill shot. There's this other guy. Did I just miss them like a million times? That one dude looked like he tanked so many freaking rounds. What kind of ammo do they have? Speed. Where was the other guy? He was lost. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, one in the leg, one in each shoulder. Apparently I can't aim with the shit, or these bullets don't fly straight. I don't know which it is. I was suppressed, but it doesn't stop them from shooting you right in the head. Come on, baby, light my fire. Graphics it look better. I still have to go get the other laptop, right? Is there 2 laptops? Because isn't there another one over here? What's that other convoy? It's like over here, right? I think it's right here. Doesn't look like it is though. Are there footprints? Footprints? Are there footprints? Do I see footsteps? Do I hear footsteps? Do you see toe prints? Everybody wants their toe prints and their toe prints. I guarantee there's a guy out here in the fucking bushes or something. Okay, yeah, see? Where is he? I knew I heard footsteps. He said he, I saw him over there. See, audio, man, like, can't wait. Just can't wait for it to get better. I know I could hear that guy. I know I heard footsteps. Surprised I didn't die. I was just out here walking around. Like, oh, where am I going next? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, where am I going now? Locate the farm and search. Maybe search west of farm. You give me any tips on where this farm is, or? The crates are at an abandoned farm southwest of our checkpoint. There's a large lake with a large rock in it. Southwest of our checkpoint. It's not that lake, it's up down here in the front. The lake. It wasn't that one. This, no, it wasn't these ones, was it? Was it way the hell down there? Oh, it's over there, I think. It was south. Southwest of the checkpoint. I wonder if that's what they got going on. Oh, I gotta find something here. Which I thought I was supposed to find something here. That's probably why I don't have. Oh, I was already doing it. Wait, so there's a lake? Oh, there is a lake here with a big stone in it. I'm like, what the fuck was I doing, dude? I was about to go like... I'm literally at the farm, at the task. That's fucking hilarious. Okay, so that's done. Construction site west of Fall Lane. That's like very... That's like over here by Jack. That's like right here. Okay, so, oh, I am not right there. That construction site's right here. But we're going to... Is this the one that... It was out here, right? Where was it? It was over here. It was right here. This was, oh, that's way too far away right now. Between Nam, you say that, Bob and Taylor. Oh, that's exactly where it is. Okay, so we're just gonna go to the construction site. Second best to level up right now will be Artisan. Fucking hit him. Could be this gun, I guess. I don't know. Technically, I guess that. Technically, not technically, I guess the MP5 probably shouldn't be. The greatest thing at long range. You know, I'll just hop over to Blackjack real fast. I'm gonna lose this desk up a little. Leave those guys alone. I'm gonna try to leave you guys alone. That means you leave me alone. Do this. I'm gonna get a Blackjack. Great. Eat some pizza. Maybe resituate my desk situation. Who needs cover, right? You come from over there, is that? Oh, that's the. There's like a tinker right there, isn't there, or something? I remember a whole bunch of stuff being around Blackjack. I wonder if they'll change that. I guess this is like kind of still the starter area, so like, do they get more sparse when you're over here? because there's actually a lot right here. And at any given time, you could go to any of these cops. So then if you're out here, there's only 3 really. I mean, yeah, there's still the distance. But these ones kind of just go like this. You know, you have all these, but we wouldn't typically take those. Same with these. So they are denser. They do seem to be denser in the starter area. So maybe they will remove some of them down the road. I think J was definitely the wrong thing. Yeah, and it says it prevents it from expanding, so it's like not what you want when you're shooting fleshies. This guy, once again, something to do. No, but there's my favorite rig. Let's just get rid of this because this is far better. I can take them both. That one is really... And I can't put a rig in a rig, right? And I can't put a rig in a rig, right? Insane. Actually, I need this more than... This has been like the gloomiest server. I wasn't even sneaking. What? Looks like a nice planet. What are we looking for? Talk to her. Found the supplies. Oh, that's this one. Okay, some work for you. Quit playing with your dick and check your text. Yeah, I know. I need to go back down to that place. Investigate what happened to the criminals near the lake. Isn't there a task here? Search the restaurant. Yeah, right here. Check Arson's friend at the small construction site. Said, check on Artisan's friend at the small construction site. Oh, there is another body. Sad. I found your friend. She's dead. Someone shot her. This is bad. Someone beat us to it. I need you to search her house and look for a letter. If we're lucky, it'll be there. Then you'll just bring it to me and we'll find the house in a small village southwest of our location. Fastest way to get there is through the jungle. You can identify your place by a small water tower. Southwest. So. They always do that. Like, they like programmed to like spawn while you're just standing there looking at your, you know what, your tasks. Okay, that said. Locate the letter southwest of the construction site. I'm gonna try here. Yeah, I wanna go to Blackbird. Okay. Okay, okay, so that one has 1J in it, or XP in it. I'm just gonna top it off out of 1J, but actually 6. What am I supposed to do with this laptop? Is that just a laptop to sell, or was that was for a task, wasn't it? Was it not for a task? Did I find that laptop? I thought it was for a task, because I guess I was supposed to go find that other laptop. I guess I'll just hang on to it. I'm gonna go eat some food.